You can come up at 2K likes. Well, if you don't like the live, then you can't really say anything, can you? Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
I am flipping covered in dog hair. Go get her, Tony. Oh, she's right here. Come here, Mindy. Now, this is definitely not my best work, okay? This is really a very sloppy job. Mindy, come. But it needed done desperately. Come here, Mom. Come here, little girl.
All right, let me change this to 6.
Put it down now. Come here, Mom. Stay right here. Say hi, don't melanated. See, I got all trimmed up. I no longer look like a mop, but I sure look like a mess. But I smell better. See, I smell so much better. Yes, I do. Say, aw. Tap the screens, everybody. Tap your screens. It is 5:06. We need to be to 10,000 likes by a quarter after, or the comments will go off. No, I'm kidding. Oh, God. Howdy from Illinois.
I don't like that.
Oh, let me send this out real quick. Are you whistling at me? What? Oh.
I've been cutting her that entire time.
What's that?
I've been trimming her this entire time.
Seriously?
Yes, I literally just got done. And she still looks like shit. That's okay. When it grows out a little bit, I'll fix it.
Come on.
Are you funny looking? Yeah, her thing should be dry. It's over around the corner, hanging on the kid's scooter. Hello, John. Get in the box, sir. Get in the box. Now my ears are starting to crackle.
Yeah, I don't think he can.
Oh. Why can I only do 10 all of a sudden? Oh, my back is killing me. It's too hot to take a walk, so I'm gonna lay down. It looks like it's too hot. I'm not trying to do it till it cools off a little bit. At least a little bit.
Or something?
Huh? I'm sharing live. Hang on. I'm trying. Do 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 do. I am sitting in a corner. Oh my god, I can't believe I just did all that work and then I didn't hit the button.
No one has been able to tell me what is black supremacy.
Because it's not a thing. People just,
They just say anything.
right, pretty much. Anything to make themselves feel better. Because why be honest with yourself? That's just, too easy to do. I think I just resent it to people I already sent it to. Oopsie poopsie.
If they didn't get it.
Yeah, they can't say they didn't get it, I guess.
I actually follow. I can't even talk.
Me
I
neither.
actually follow Ollie on my main.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I love Ollie. Are they here? Did they come in? Is that why you said their
Yeah.
names?
Yeah.
Hi, Ollie. I can't see the chat because I'm sending the live out. I miss your face, Ollie.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm done. How you been?
They said, wait, what? Oh my gosh.
Oh, my ears are itchy like inside.
You might be getting head cold.
Well, I felt better this morning. I sounded better. I felt better. My nose wasn't snotty, and then all of a sudden it started to come back again.
Sounds kind of snotty or stuffy a little bit.
It's like right in my, it's like not in my chest, but I can feel it getting there. Oh, Mindy, you're so pretty. You look so much better. Not as good as the last time I gave you a bath, but you look better. You're not so hairy. You're so much smaller. She looks like she's, well, I mean, even picking her up, she feels like she weighs less.
See, if I posted this background on my main, I would have had like 100 people in here.
Once we get to 10,000, I think it'll put it on the FYP, and that'll bring people in a lot too.
Yeah.
I'm doing good, Ollie. I'm here. It's about as good as I'm gonna get these days, I think. It feels like it's hot over there in the sun. Are you sure it's not real hot? If it's not too hot, we could just go for a walk now and get it over with. And then I'll come home and take a shower. Instead of take a shower and then go for a walk. It is still kind of warm. What time is it?
You're like what, 5:12?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll look at the. Yeah, it screws me up when we wait that long. Oh, Mindy, are you so mad? You look so mad at me. I'm sorry, Mom. Now it's Tucker's turn. It's warm enough. We can probably give him a bath in the hose outside. Okay, my back hurts. I'm hungry.
I think because nobody was here as well when I went live.
It could be. Oh, it's killing me. Shit.
Yeah, I think the trolls, they come in and they don't see you and then they leave.
They don't see me?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. We can fix that.
Ooh.
Hey, hi y'all.
Hey,
Hi.
Capria.
Like
How
my
are you?
background.
What y'all up to?
Oh, I just like started the live. I'm bananaed on my main for a week.
Oh, some BS.
Yeah. But it's all right for somebody to come up and call me the N-word like repeatedly. And then it comes back no violation.
It happened like 4 times yesterday, probably.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're going through that. I was just telling my therapist about how we hold these spaces and have these conversations, and it triggers the ice chimps to the point where they start using slurs and overt racism. She was really shocked. She was genuinely shocked. I was like, even in my space about black mental health, I'll have people like try to come in and be racist towards us just because I won't hold space for them. And
Right.
he was like, wow. And I was like, in a world where there is no space for black people and in our humanity, like I try to hold space for that, and people still are upset. And I was like, honestly, it took me learning and understanding the tenets of white supremacy to understand why white people act the way that they act.
Yeah, it's like, was it last week? I think it was. The topic that I had was queer imposter syndrome, and they came in angry talking about race.
It didn't even last 5 minutes, did it?
No.
Could you explain the queer imposter syndrome for me? I missed that live.
Oh yeah, so we're talking about how it's very common for especially people that have come out later to experience queer imposter syndrome because of compulsory sexuality. They spent so long trying to fit into this heteronormative society. And so then what happens is that when they start to recognize their own sexuality, they feel like they're not queer enough for the community. And so that also includes like internalized homophobia. And so they're having to learn how to navigate through all of that.
Oh wow, I really wish I would have seen that, because that's definitely something that I've been struggling with for a while. I think I knew that I was part of the community at a very very young age, but because of because of like the way that heteronormativity is like forced on us, and it's in every aspect, every single bit of media and our upbringing and everything, like you're trained to ignore those you know, you're trained to ignore it and pretend like it doesn't exist. And then once realizing that I was I was like, I'm still uncomfortable. I'm very uncomfortable with it. And it is that internalized homophobia. Not uncomfortable with my feelings, but just uncomfortable with the idea of acting on it. Like,
Right.
that it's scary. It's lonely. It's scary and it's lonely, honestly.
It is, yeah. And I think that, so I wanted to have, because I know that there are people that experience that, especially in our community, you know? And so, like, I wanted to have, like, a space where we could all just, like, have conversations about it. And then the bigots came in. It was like, oh, racism, blah, 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 Obama.
Yo, Obama's on my bingo board. I have a space for Obama specifically. I should put LeBron James on there too, because they're just like, oh, have you ever been called a basketball person on here? They keep calling
No.
us basket. Yeah, they'll come in the chat and they'll be like basketball people. They call us basketball people and KFC people. Racist dog. Yeah, they've been calling us KFC people. And yeah, they'll put basketballs in the chat and stuff.
Goodness. Somebody in John's live called me a Whoopi Goldberg.
That's fucking crazy. First of all, trying to use Whoopi Goldberg as an insult is anti-black and very colorist.
Yeah.
Because Whoopi Goldberg has always been beautiful, in my opinion. She has Afrocentric features, and she don't have eyebrows. But other than the eyebrow thing, like I always thought Whoopi Goldberg was very beautiful. And
I never noticed it, but you're right. She doesn't have eyebrows, does she?
No.
yeah, so people are weird.
I never
Yeah.
noticed that, but you're right.
I don't know if that was by choice or not.
My grandmas were by choice. She would, well, I mean, as she got older, she didn't have to, but when she was younger, she would, I'm assuming, shave them. Maybe she waxed them off. I don't know. As she got older, they just didn't grow in anymore. And so she would do like how grandmas do like the eyebrows like this. She just draw them on.
My uncle's wife started shaving her eyebrows years ago. She doesn't wear real eyebrows. She got her eyebrows tatted on her.
I like that idea, but I seen a girl who got hers done, and I don't know if she picked at the tattoos or if she didn't. I don't know what she did, but they didn't look quite right to me. It almost looked like, when you get a tattoo and then you pick at it, and then in that one spot, it's like not only is there no color, but it leaves like a lightened spot almost, like a scar tissue spot. Oh my God.
Yeah, that happened to me because I have butterflies on my right leg.
Right, and it looked like she had picked.
Yeah, and I did pick at it. So like some of my butterflies, they're supposed to be like purple and pink, but you can see like little spots of brown where I was picking at it. You can't help it. Like it's usually because it's itchy, so you might scratch a little bit, but it ends up fucking up the tattoo in the long run. But yeah, I remember. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, if like in 10 minutes I don't get much traction, I think I will just change the topic to queer imposter syndrome.
That would be dope. We could definitely get into it. That's a conversation that I haven't had with anybody, honestly. So I'm definitely open to that. I'm trying to learn something.
We've talked about it a little bit, but not much. Like I get it a lot too. I'm pan, and it took me until I was an adult, like a married adult. Like I've been married 30 years, and it's only been in the last, I don't know, 10 years that it's, you know, I mean, I knew, but I didn't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, I knew something, but I didn't have words for it. You know what I mean? And so it's like, as I became more educated, it was like, oh, that makes sense now.
Yeah, it's complicated, you know. 'Cause yeah, let's go live goal. Run it up, run it up.
Ooh, yay, Medusa.
Yes, Medusa, come through. Oh, thank
Always come
you.
through.
Thank you for the gifts.
Yes, thank you.
But yeah, I do remember like you know, because first of all, like being socialized as a little black girl, and being sexualized at a young age. First of all, I always had grown men that would make comments to my parents, like my dad, and they would say things like, "Wow, you're gonna need a pew pew to keep men off of her." And you know, having men say that, and just feeling comfortable to say that in front of my parents, as early as 11 or 12 years old, like, oh, she's gonna be XYZ, and that shit was weird. But then, you know, being told, oh, you can't date till you're 30, you can't do this, you can't do that, and not having you know, those experiences as a young adult or as an adolescent, where you're supposed to learn dating culture and being socialized into, you know, relationships at an early age, and how to manage them and function in them. I didn't start dating until I was 18, and I didn't have any experience with dating, so I was subjected to all types of things that I wasn't prepared for. And one of those things was well, I mean, because I wasn't dating, my parents assumed that I was gay, which isn't funny. But my dad asked me, because I had my best friend who I would spend a lot of time with. Like, me and her were really, really close. She was like a sister to me, and I would always go hang out with her. And one day my dad was like, quick question, do y'all go together? Are y'all dating? Because you spend a lot of time with her. You know, I'm not saying, he's like, we're not bigoted. Like, if you go that in that direction, if that's who you are, then we'll still love you regardless. And I was like, no, I don't think. I was like, no, that's not my girlfriend. Like, if I did like women, that would be my first pick anyway, because she's annoying as hell.
Right.
So first of all, but second of all, like, I don't bring boys or men around because y'all told me that I can't date till out, because I felt uncomfortable. I felt uncomfortable in my body. I felt comfortable around men. I felt comfortable being looked at as a sexual object. So I'm not dating actively, and I never learned how to date while we were still children and we had the protection.
Right.
So it's just a lot of factors in that. But yeah, I constantly feel like I'm not rainbow enough for the rainbow community, because I don't have those experiences because of how heteronormativity was forced on us, and into the programming and everything else we've been taught to see as abnormal. And feeling like something is abnormal, you're less likely to participate in it.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And then I think that there's also, so like even purity culture can definitely play a part as well. And so we end up feeling guilt and shame. And then we think that, so everything that we think is wrong. Right. And then I think like with the queer community, you have people that have known who they are since they were kids. And so they're very confident in their identity, in that aspect of their identity. And then you kind of feel like, okay, I'm not gay enough, you know, or when you've dated men, you feel that the way that they will perceive you will be as somebody that's like less gay. And then you kind of have, because of the internalized homophobia, you have this way that you sort of move, right? And so it'll be things like when it comes to relationships, you self-sabotage, you know, or perhaps you'll become very like overt about your sexuality, or it could be that, you know, you just don't do anything, or you try to appease to like bigots by saying, oh, well, you know, I'm one of the good ones. I'm not that type of queer. Do you know what I mean? So there's like so many things to unpack with that. And just with the with the imposter syndrome, it just feels like you're like the way you see yourself is not legit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes total sense. This was, I think last year was the first year that I was like actively celebrating Pride, or was it the year before? I think it was the year before, 2 years ago, and then this year, because I didn't consider myself as part of the community because of my own personal experiences.
Right. So yeah, Medusa. So purity culture is basically, it teaches us that everything that we think is wrong, and then so like we're basically blamed for men like looking at us. And then we're taught that men have rights to our bodies. And so it centers sex, you know? So like it places value on that. And so we're told that, you know, we're not supposed to have desires, whereas men are told that they're supposed to have them, but they're supposed to suppress them.
Okay, thank you for explaining that to me. I just wanted to make sure I was thinking it was the right thing, because I was thinking it was like, totally opposite from that. But I was thinking because a lot of people are now becoming abstinent again, so I thought that's what you were talking about, but it's not so much.
I think that with people becoming abstinent, I think it really depends. And I do think that in a way that does have something to do with it, but sort of like the opposite side of things, right? So, you know, like when we were younger and abstinence was like a really big thing. And so you had people like they had like purity rings, and then they had like celibacy clubs and things like that.
Yeah.
And so it's like you were shamed if you didn't fall into that, because that is what society was saying that you're supposed to feel. You know, and that's what you're supposed to do. And then I guess like, and then what happens is that the purity culture has a really negative impact on your self-esteem and like your mental health and, you know, like relationships that you have. And so a lot of people are like realizing that. And so I think that what happens sometimes is when people are abstinent, like later on, it's through choice, because they realize that you don't have to do something just because like society expects you to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why I stopped.
Can I
Right.
just add
I've
that only
been
guys? Oh, sorry.
no, it's okay. I was just gonna say I've been abstinent for over 3 years. Um, but it was because a spiritual thing, for one thing. You know what I mean? When you get older, you realize like the ties that come with all that stuff. But two, because I wanted to have control over myself, and not fall into what everybody expected of, of me. And it's not easy, but here we are.
Right.
But thank you for explaining. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, it's definitely, I think it's something that's really affected all of us in different ways. And it's just like, I feel like it's nice to just have like a conversation about it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna share the live because I know there's a couple of people that told me to share it with them when we have this conversation.
Why y'all had me up to 3:30 this morning?
I fell asleep. I'm so glad I was muted.
You did. I was like, all right, well, we everybody hung in to the end, but I was like, I looked at my clock. I was like, oh my God, it's 3:30. But it was fun. It was very fun. Had a good time. And imposter syndrome, is that when somebody is saying that they're part of a group that they're really not?
It's more so they feel like they don't like deserve to be in that group, even though they do. So it's like with queer imposter syndrome, it's people think that they're not queer enough to identify as queer. So that's like take somebody that's bisexual and who has like predominantly dated men. They've never dated women, but they're attracted to women. Like they may feel that they're not queer enough to identify as being part of the queer community.
Right. And I can understand that.
Or like someone like me, I'm pansexual, right? But I've been married for 30 years. So even though I'm pansexual, a lot of people aren't going to recognize me as being pansexual because I have a 30-year husband. So they're going to be like, how can you be pansexual? You've been married for 30 years. But that doesn't change what I liked before and what I still like now.
Y'all, please don't judge me. What is pansexual? If you don't want to explain, I get it. I
It's
can
very,
look it up
the
myself.
simplest way I have found to explain it to people is hearts, not parts.
Hearts, not parts.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm interested in somebody's heart, who they are, not their parts. I could care if they have parts or not. I could care what parts they got. It's the person that I'm interested in. Hearts, not parts. Like that's just the simplest way I've found, or that was explained to me anyway.
Okay. Thank you. Because I mean, I've predominantly dated men. Well, I've never dated a woman, but I've been with women before.
I think that, it's because society does this thing, right? With the queer community, where instead they place the focus on who we're with rather than who we're attracted to. So, like, say, like, if somebody is says that they're bisexual, then and they've been with a man, right? And then society will be like, oh, but you've never been with a woman, so how do you know that you're bisexual? It's that sort of thing. Whereas, like, you wouldn't really do that with straight people. I mean, you're not going to be like, oh, you haven't had sex with them. How do you know that you're attracted to them? Like, that's just weird, you know?
Right. And it shouldn't be that double standard.
Yeah, and they basically do that. Like, it's intentional. So they try to make the queer community out like we're sexual deviants, rather than just wanting to be with whoever it is that we want to be with.
Right.
Yeah, it's a way to demonize us.
Right. Well, I've always supported the queer community, because who you choose to be with has nothing to do with me. You know what I mean? So I don't see how, like, even with men who get so upset about being around, I don't know, queer men. I don't know what's the proper word to say on TikTok. And they just, I don't want to be around, but why? Why do you feel triggered? Why? That man ain't thinking about you. You know what I mean? So why are you so bothered? Because it makes me look at them as though they may possibly, want to. I'm trying to be TikTok appropriate. But you get what I'm saying.
Right.
I was breaking that down with my dad because my dad was telling me that he's uncomfortable with men who, you know, who are queer in the same spaces as him, like especially the bathroom. And I was just like, that's homophobic. And I think that was a really good way that you put it, Melanated, talking about how the queer community are seen as deviants, and they kind of project this overt sense of sexuality onto queer people, and thinking that they're going to be harassed, or thinking that they're going to be sexualized or accosted or essayed by people just because there's a possibility that there might be an attraction there. So I was explaining that to my dad. I was like, that's homophobia, and it's really dangerous, and you need to go unpack that so that you aren't harmful to people in the community.
Good for you for talking to your dad like that and being honest with him. A lot of daughters wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, it took a lot of years because growing up, like, I wasn't allowed to have a voice. I grew up during that time where children are seen and not heard. It's very much go outside and get away from us and don't talk to us and don't talk back and don't express your feelings and don't have feelings and don't show anything, and all those things. And then I got older and I realized that y'all can't put your hands on me. You can't stop me. You can't shut me up. So that's when I started being more vocal in general, like not just with my parents, but with anybody and everybody. And then learning how to control that in different environments. But yeah, me and my dad do have very deep conversations. My parents love me for the fact that I have the ability to think for myself and think critically and then share that with other people. So my parents, even though they don't always like what I have to say, they always encourage me to keep speaking my mind and speaking my truth, even in those instances that make them feel uncomfortable.
Right. That's awesome.
And I hope that everybody develops a relationship with their parents. I honestly, when I have kids, I want them to be able to come to me and have a conversation about anything, because I think that is helpful to expect your support system to be able to have a realistic and equitable dialogue with you versus constantly trying to shut down people's opinion, like because you're afraid of conflict.
Right.
Oh, actually, speaking of conflict, while I'm still unpacking, the what is it? One of the tenets of YT supremacy is avoidance of conflict. What's it called exactly? It's called, fear of open conflict. Fear of conflict, raising an issue is seen as confrontational. Focus on people raising an issue rather than the issue. Rather than the actual problem, and emphasis on being polite. So that idea that you shouldn't speak up to against something or speak up to somebody on an issue because you're creating a problem is actually rooted in YT supremacy.
Oh yeah, that absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
I just didn't know that. Like I knew about a few of the tenets of white supremacy, but I had to make a whole list because now I've been tracking every single conversation that I have, and I've been noticing the patterns. That in our everyday lives and conversation, we're following the tenets of YT supremacy because of the indoctrination. So, saying like the idea that I shouldn't be able to, or I wouldn't be able to have a conversation with my dad about something and check him on something is rooted in YT supremacy, which is, that's deep. But I wanted to speak to something you were talking about, Melanated, when I came back, because that's exactly what I was talking about. This idea that if you've never had an experience with somebody, then how do you know that you're attracted to them? Being bi and then not acting on both sides of that attraction, like that's something that I get. That's a question I get all the time. and I think it's like a really intrusive thing to ask somebody like, oh, if you're bisexual, you're attracted to women. Have you ever had sex with a woman before? Like, why would you ask me that? Why do you feel comfortable with asking a personal question like that, a bedroom question? That is, that I think that is the I don't even know what is that?
I think nowadays people don't even have a sense of privacy because they share everything. So there's not as much regard for people's personal life and personal business. That's my opinion, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, so it kind of goes back to what I was saying about how they place a heavy focus on sex. But like with the queer community, it's like next level. So they say things to us that they wouldn't say to people that are straight, because for us, they think that it's all about sex, and it's not. And then that's how they see us. That's how they see it. So it's like, like if we're talking about just being queer in general, and then they'll say things like, well, as long as you're not doing it in front of me, then I don't care. Which is kind of stupid, because why would you be having sex in front of them? So it just comes down to the way that they're basically sexualizing us.
That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, when they be saying things like "don't do it in front of me," they be talking about anything that could be seen as queer. The people who are super homophobic, like they don't want to see anything. They don't want to see hands being held. They don't want to see any caressing or anything that they allow straight people to engage in, like hetero people to engage in any type of PDA. It will trigger a homophobe and into whatever. And honestly, I think if you're triggered that much, then you're probably like holding some internalized feelings that you haven't unpacked. I think it makes people angry to see people displaying or acting on things that they want to act on, and it's a level of projection. They did a study. I don't want to get into the study. I'll let that one speak first.
Oh, I just wanted to come to some of these conversations because, like, I think a lot of times, especially in straight culture, they can't find a distinction between romance, eros, and sexuality. And so for them, it all has to be connected. And when Grammy was talking earlier about pansexualness, like some of that is pan-romantic, right? Like where it's not required to be sexual. But for the straight community, if it's not sexual, then it's not romantic and it's not erotic. And if it's not those things, then you're their friend, and the genders can't be friends in their model, right? Like there's no room for it to be like platonic or romantic or erotic. It can only be this very small box that they have created for themselves. And that gets projected onto what our own beliefs are. And like, I just wanted, because the purity culture has impacted my journey, I think to be honest, it's made me more vulgar than I might have been otherwise, right? Because as a reaction to the restrictive, puritanical purity culture, I don't want anybody to tell me anything about what my preferences are. And I might have like gotten a little bit more on like an unusual spectrum because of that. Like, because I had to come face vulgarity as a man, like relatively recently, like in the last 5 or 10 years, realizing that like as a cishet dude, I have access to vulgarity in a way that's co-signed by society but is really demonstrably bad.
That's really interesting.
Well, like just like as the like, you know, men are given permission to be vulgar to the point where we don't really even realize that it's part of the like purity, like the role playing that comes with masculinity, right? Like, and it takes us, some of us, we never realize it, that like our free access to being, I don't know, it just comes down to easy things, right? Like how when you're in that space where you're talking to other men, there's almost an expectation of like a boiled down vulgarity in your relationship to your partners, especially. And that's been, as a fringe dude, that's been hard for me. And I had rejected a whole bunch of the parts of the toxic masculinity and the straight man identity, but that part stuck with me a long time.
So melanated, I have to drop down to the comments. I gotta make dinner.
Oh,
But
okay.
thank
It
you for
was nice
answering my
having you up, Joe.
question. I appreciate it so much.
So I think that it's always nice to hear it from a different perspective, because I think like what I was saying about with purity culture, how one of the key differences in our experiences is that men are basically expected to have desires, but they're told that they have to suppress them, whereas we're basically shamed for having them. So to hear of how that can sort of have an impact, and the stakes of that, like it's a very different experience. So that's like, I was really glad to hear that. I wish Silver was here because we've had conversations about this.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. When I was hearing it, I was like, yeah, it is like a role play. Like the boy does this and the girl does that, then the boy does this, then the girl does that, and it is based in gender roles and heteronormativity and who is allowed to act on what, even though, and the idea that we're way more different than we are similar. And that has caused a lot of confusion. It's caused so much confusion. I don't even know. It just it gives Handmaid's Tale vibes,
Mm-hmm.
don't it? Like, it's weird and it's scary. And it's part of the programming.
Absolutely. So like, Cabria, do you feel that, like, how do you feel like purity culture like has impacted you, like specifically? Like, do you think that it played a role in the realization of your identity, or do you feel like it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. So when it comes to purity culture, we're taught that girls and boys and men and women have different desires when it comes to any type of romanticism, or smecks or anything like that. We're really different. We're different in our desires. We're different in the way that our bodies react to being stimulated and everything. And then like boys are kind of encouraged to engage in locker room talk and courting and hitting on girls and hitting on women and everything. And girls are taught modesty and 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 abstinence and are shamed for having needs or being interested in in like their own liberation sexually. And it's like I said, it's really confusing. It's really difficult because a lot of parents don't talk to their children about sexuality or sex for the matter, because they think that if you talk to your kids about it, then they're more likely to engage in it. But it's really the opposite. When you suppress basic human needs and human nature, and you don't guide people into it or teach people how to navigate it, then they're subjected to whatever rules that society has laid out for them, and they're more likely to be preyed upon. That was my experience. Like I was saying, my dad used to make jokes and say, "Oh, you can't date till you're 30." And then he was like, "Well, actually, you can date at 16, or you can't have a boyfriend, you're too young." And just constantly talking about when I can engage in and looking into partnership with specifically the opposite sex and nobody else. And that sent out messages regardless of like what the messages were, the intent of the messages. It sent out messages that I need to engage in, that I need to go on dates, but I can't let somebody else know that I'm attracted to them. They have to wait for somebody to court me before being interested in partnership. And then I'm supposed to play like that one said, engage in this sort of role play or this ritual of courtship and abide by specific guidelines, and this is what you do and this is what you don't do, and if you do this, you're a whore. So like it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare, and not learning how to navigate relationships during my adolescent years like the rest of my peers were doing. When I started dating at 18 and 19 years old, I was subjected to a lot of predatory behavior because I didn't know what to look out for and what to not look out for. I didn't know what were proper boundaries to set. I didn't know how to maneuver through the world as a sexual object because I didn't have any of those experiences because I wasn't allowed to participate because of purity culture.
Oh yeah. I mean, God, I don't even know. I was 20 something before I was even allowed, like, role wise to have friends that were women, which was weird. Like, that was always a weird thing. Like, how many times I've been called, like, gay as, like, a slur. And I know Gen X, like, we did that anyway for a long time, but I just mean that, like, any deviation from the like catcalling and the sexualization was considered gay, right? Like for me as a straight dude, I'm straight. Like as hard as that is, and so like having any of these things where you step out of the like line of the norm, they just want to like make sure that your feelings and your interests and your needs are socially acceptable. And I think that's part of what turned me into kind of the unusual person I am when it comes to that, is because I was like, well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, Rachel is my friend, or whatever, like there's this like situation where if I don't comply with what is expected of my relationship with people of the opposite sex, I'm somehow not a man.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, and we're conditioned to believe the same thing. If a man isn't invading my boundaries and my personal space and catcalling me and making it like overwhelmingly aware that there is an attraction there, then then it's like I don't have the space to to question that, or you do question that, you do question if you question somebody's sexuality in those cases, and I think that's all from the programming as well. And same with women, like having the expectation for women to act in the same way as men do, if they are attracted to you. It's confusing, and it's not realistic. So unpacking that, it has been really, I'm still unpacking it to this day. Like I'm still, a lot of these things are still confusing for me, especially because I'm neurodivergent, so I get really confused on what is appropriate and what isn't, and what is acceptable and what isn't. So like, yeah, these are things that I think about sometimes, but not often, because it's uncomfortable.
I don't know if you know this, but I mean, you must know this, but like, as a straight man, I'm not allowed to find anybody attractive that's not the like it's all like it's all compliance attraction, right? Like how like you have to have this specific type, right? And if anybody else is attractive, then you're not being real about your attraction to things. And it's like, so, like I said, it's just so wild that people want to have a say in what you are attracted to, and they want to make sure that it's like the same as theirs. So like, if you're interested in thick, then they have to be interested in thick, or you're outside of the mind. Or if you find a man attractive, somehow, again, immediately you're gay. And like, that is the weirdest thing, because like we can all tell that, like, I don't know, Chris Hemsworth is attractive, right? That doesn't mean I want a sexual or even a romantic relationship with him. But like, in most male culture, that's not even acceptable. Like, you have to only like, what is that white man's obsession with Ryan Reynolds? Well, I'm just saying, like, why is it that like we have to agree on what's hot, right? Like, why is it for us to be like socially accepted, we have to agree? Because like for me, and it's funny because it's all men on my list today, mostly because I think it's inappropriate to objectify women in that way. But like my whole list is dudes, like William H. Macy or Ron Perlman. There's something about that ugly mug that's just attractive. Like they look like the kind of person that I think would be nice to me and whatnot.
Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, there are guidelines surrounding who is deemed attractiveness and who isn't. And society definitely plays a role in dictating who you should be attracted to. And people are shamed for being attracted to people who aren't conventionally found attractive. Example, I'm plus size. So when it came to me being perceived in society, like a lot of people wouldn't admit out loud that they're attracted to plus size people, and they are shamed and mocked. And you see how people plus size people in media are mocked whenever they have romantic relationships, and when they have actresses who engage in certain roles or scenes and stuff. Like there's like a whole big thing about it. And so like when I was in high school and I saw my counterparts were dating and stuff, the boys who liked me were shamed for it, and had to participate in making fun of me and bullying me in order to prove that they weren't attracted to me, just for them to be in my inbox as soon as we graduated. And for years after, it's been 10, 12 years, and the same guys from high school who were mean to me for being plus size are obsessed with me because I'm plus size. So, like, yeah, that's exactly how that works. I know all about that. People who aren't seen as conventionally attractive, like you're very much shamed for being attracted to them, and they're shamed for wanting romantic partnership.
Well, right. And the other side of it is the obsessiveness, right? Because that's changed, right? Like, I'm not saying that plus size is being treated as the social norm that maybe it should be, but we do see now like a change where like Twiggy is out.
Twiggy is still in, but there's
It
a little bit
is.
there's a little bit of space for plus size people to operate, but there's still a lot of hate and harassment at the exact same
For
time. It's
black
just,
women.
yeah. So I know I see what you're talking about, but yeah,
I just
Twiggy
mean
is
at the
still,
same time as
he's making a comeback
fetishization,
actually.
right? The same as fetishization, where like you can either be plus sized and like the queen of all queens, or plus sized and not attractive, and there's no middle. There's no middle ground. You're either a vixen and plus sized, you know what I mean? There's all this implied slut shaming. Sorry, I don't. There's all this implied slut shaming with plus size women, and it's like a wildly inappropriate social norm.
Yeah, because it kind of so there's this ridiculous myth that plus size women are more adventurous in the bedroom. You know, that they're easier to get with. You know, and then again, that's just coming down to just placing a high focus on sex. And so what it's actually doing is that it's actually dehumanizing plus size women. And it definitely is fetish. I hate that word. Fetishization.
Right, and you got to stay current with what the fetish of the beige brigade and the plastics is. Like whatever they're into is the thing. And like we're supposed to just be like, yeah, when like we all clearly have different choices and tastes and interests. At least for the way men are demanded to behave. Like I can't, like as an example, if men around me are talking about how attractive someone is, I can't not participate without them giving me the stink eye. Right? Like I was in a live just recently and someone was talking about like just this using sex as revenge, right? Talking about people's mothers, right? Or like sleeping with your dad or whatever. Like we've gotten to the point where purity culture has even bred its way in vulgarly into like how we leverage the insults against people's identity.
I agree. And Melanie, you saw one of my most recent videos where I said that that I gained all this weight so I could sit on someone's dad's face and crush his neck. Because somebody was making, quite literally, like I feel called out. Because we are doing that. Or Nuggets, when I'm in Nuggets live, and people are always coming at her for being a rainbow YT. And she's always like, I'll, if you quit right now, I'll call your mom back. And
Right.
yeah, like
Like we do, we leverage it as a weapon against people. It's
yeah, we
crazy.
do. And yeah, we were socialized to do that. I think it's definitely that Gen X and millennial culture, like the way that we insult people it's like it's a time on it. Like there was a time period on where we learned that you could tell what generation somebody's from based off of the type of insults that they hurl at you. I've definitely threatened to make people my stepchild via their mother or father before. So yeah.
Well, and that's purity culture, like that you're weaponizing,
Yeah,
right? Like you
I
can
understand
reduce a
that.
man to tears with that kind of shit in our society. Tears.
That's interesting. That's a really good take. That's something I have to unpack.
I'm not suggesting you stop doing it.
Oh my god. That's funny.
Anything to make a masculine man cry. It's like the pinnacle these days of, and it's so easy. It's like low hanging fruit.
The thing is, I don't even want to use any aspect of my identity to weaponize against another person. It's just when people come for me when I didn't send for them, I let them have it. My mom always says, if you go knocking on the devil's door, they might answer. And that was just something that I grew up with. Sometimes when people beg for the attention, you give them the attention, and make an example. And that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world, but sometimes it feels really, really good, and it helps get over that, over whatever it was that they were trying to do to reduce your humanity in that moment. But then you end up dehumanizing yourself to do it. So like it's a double edged sword. I said sword. Oh my god, I'm tired. Don't ever tell anybody.
Listen, I fell asleep on my own live again last night, so I can't say shit. Fortunately, I was muted.
Yeah, I think I saw that. Actually, yeah, I did come into your live last night, and I saw that you were knocked out. They were like, because I was trying to come up and talk to you about your topic, but you were KO'd.
And it's so funny because John was like, damn it, they're muted. We can't hear them snoring.
Hi, legendary.
Hi. There was a time where he was on my panel and he fell asleep and he was snoring. And I'm so glad that I have it recorded.
That's what friends do, right?
Right. Or like, what was it? I think on Sunday, I think it was. So he had he screenshot a meme, I think, and he didn't actually check before going live with the meme. And so when I came in, I saw that he got a text message from his wife, something about spanking him later. and it was like right there at the top of the background. Oh, like yeah, so last night, when Silver was on the panel, I got this popped up.
What the hell is that? What is that about?
My live was being restricted because Silver does not comply with community guidelines. The restriction will be removed once they are disconnected. Reason: discussing rugs or other regulated substances. I thought that was hilarious.
Like TikTok said, nah, we don't bang with you, so don't go to no one, don't go to nobody else's space.
Right?
That's crazy.
Do you know, I've seen that happen before in Eb's live. No, it was in Gentie's live. It happened to Eb. And she was like, what?
Yeah, I got a restriction earlier. I was about to. I got a flag for bullying and harassment earlier because I I went off on a raccoon. I don't even know what her point was. She was a divester, and she came in my space about Black mental health to talk about, to basically bring up the fact that she's divesting, and I had to shut it down. And she started calling me out my name, like just immediately. I was real nice to her and everything, like talking exactly how I'm talking right now. And she was like, "Stupid BITCA!" Like she was like really screaming at the top of her lungs. And you know that West Baltimore came out, and I was kirking. Like then the ancestors took over, and I was like, I couldn't get my foot off her neck. And I got a violation for it. Oh, I was like, dang, I was just trying to have a peaceful life today. Y'all coming here starting with me and then gonna report me for it? Crazy.
I think the first time I got a violation was I said something about Taylor Swift.
That reminds me of and I know I always bring this up because it's my favorite live. Whenever Pizza goes live and they be talking about Eminem, yo,
Oh, that's okay. That's what happened. So last night, two people came in here saying that they were in a live, and the host told them that because Eminem isn't in their top 5, that they're racist. So I said, "Wait a minute, you talking about pizza?" And they said yes.
yo, Pizza be making them people real mad. Like they can't stand them. Because Pizza said that Eminem's not even in their top 25. And they be having like yeah, no, Pizza said Eminem is not even in their top 25, and can back it up, can act, we'll go down like track by see album by album, track by track, bar for bar with you and argue with you about it. And like you have to give it to them. That is dedication. It'd be like I think they had like 500 people in their live one time, mass reporting it to get it taken down because they were
Yeah,
so mad.
Yeah, I sent them a voice message earlier telling them about it last night because I thought that was too. Dylan, that was you. I see you in the comments.
That's my favorite live. Like I love seeing the Mayo tears in real time over Eminem, over Mom Spaghetti. Like you can't say shit about Mom Spaghetti. They gonna put together the tiki torches.
I know. It's so funny. And you know one thing that gets me, right? And this is me being like really bitchy, but like the conversation will be great, right? Like you have people getting mad and everything. And all of a sudden, like Nerdy will go up there and say some really stupid shit. Like she'll make like a movie reference and then it'll just go silent. And I'm just like, way to unalive the vibe.
Actually, somebody came in Black Swan's live the other day and said that an example of a YT person experiencing racism is Eminem. And we was like, do you have any sources regarding the racism that Eminem faced? And this person, like, deadass said 8 Mile. They said
Oh
8
my
Mile.
God.
8 Mile is a source.
That's so funny.
But it was just like, ignore the fact that this man is one of the highest selling rappers of all time
Yeah.
for no reason. How are you gonna say he experienced racism when he's thriving? He's thriving in a culture that doesn't belong to him.
So I've only seen like a handful of those lives because I only go in when they're on their backup. But it was just funny. Or the other one will be like non-black people that use the N-word are racist. And because they got that Mexican guy on the background, like so many will come in and they're so mad and they're like, oh, but he's not white. I think that's really funny as well. And there'll be like 500 in there.
Yeah, they be fighting for their right to say a slur. And it's like you don't even. It's like, do you even realize what you're fighting for right now? You want to be able to say a slur unchecked. Nobody is saying that you're gonna get beat up or oppressed or anything for saying the slur. Oh my God, do you hear my cat?
Yeah.
So
And
she
then-
wants to go. She wants to go outside. Hold on, let me flip this camera on.
And then they'll be getting mad over the letter YT.
Sheba. She wants to go outside. Like she's begging.
My cat refuses to go outside.
Graham, remember the video earlier of the YT woman that had the Tupac tattoo on her thigh?
Rebecca Kraft.
Yeah.
Yes,
Kraft.
I do. Kraft. But I mean that works too, Cabria.
Yeah. Yeah, so she got into it with tacos. And then she was like, I was raised by a black woman. You want to see my Tupac tattoo? And then she shows the tattoo.
I literally just scream. Oh my God.
Oh, like, whoa.
Oh God, wow. That's a new one.
Oh, that. Oh my gosh, that was so funny.
Come on. You're running like you're a whole new dog. I know, now you can see her going somewhere. Just don't look like a.
Yeah, mine used to run away, and then afterwards, we'll just like, he'll be so snotty, like, don't touch me. Yeah, like after all that, and now you're showing off.
Your pit bull?
Yeah.
It's a lot of dog to have to chase. But honestly, I think the bigger they are, the easier I mean, it would be way easier to catch him than it would her. Although she's old now, so it might not be too hard. But like we had a Jack Russell Terrier. That's the correct name to call it. A Jack Russell Terrier. And we had this thing for 15 years. And this thing was hell on wheels. And I swear to God, it never lost its pep. No matter how sick it got, it had CHF, it was on Lasix pills, it couldn't breathe, it was like, had a heart murmur, and the day we took it to put it down, because it couldn't breathe, like it was gonna, and I'd rather just, like, let it not suffer. So the day we go to put it down, like I got video of it, it's running around the yard chasing bubbles, but it has to stop like every 5 seconds, because it literally couldn't breathe. But they just keep going and going and going. He was a pain to catch. Nope, no off leash.
Yeah. So another thing that my dog used to do was, like, if he sees me putting on like latex gloves, he starts running away. Yeah, like he thinks I'm gonna do something to him. He'll just take off running if he sees me putting on gloves.
Yeah, that's how my cat is. If she hears a spray bottle or anything that sounds like the spraying of water, I don't spray water on her. My old roommate used to spray her when she would do stuff. And I think her old owners, because she was a rescue, used to do things to her or whatever. But if she doesn't do it anymore, but she used to take off running. Like she would sprint if she heard like that.
Grammy, have you heard from Silver?
Not since earlier, but I think they were. No, I'm thinking of yesterday when everybody was taking a nap. No, I haven't. Not since earlier. Not unless she's texted me since I've left my phone at home. But I don't think so. There wasn't nothing there when I left, or when I turned it off anyway. Because I had to charge it up. Come on. We're not stopping it.
Man, I'm so glad I decided to go live on this account last week. Hey, Grammy, I love it when you tell the Jackrabbit story.
Oh my God. You weren't here for that, Cabria? We had,
Yeah, you were
how
telling
many
me about
nights ago was
the other.
about 4 nights ago?
The last time I was in this space, you were telling me about it.
This, yeah. Climbed all up on there and like jackrabbited her to death. It's like
That's like an hour.
that's gotta be the worst. Oh, I'm sure it wasn't an hour. He was like 19. There's no way it was an hour. Men don't get good at sex until around 30. We determined that.
And then these
They didn't like
19-year-olds
hearing.
were like, that's not true. I'm like, yeah, it is. And then he was like calling himself an alpha.
That's not a good sign.
Is he the one that couldn't find the button? The button.
The button.
The switch. Yeah, what was it? One of my mutuals, Wawa, she was holding a space, and it was called Alpha Male Safe Space. And it was meant to be
Yes, I meant.
yeah, it was meant to be satirical. Like it was a satirical space for alpha males.
Aww.
And
I'm sure
so
that
the
had
guys,
tragic.
so the guys that were in on it, like they were on the panel, like you're an alpha, and they were just saying like really crazy, stereotypical alpha male stuff. You know, as a joke. And then there was one guy on the panel, and he was like, "Well, I'm actually a beta male."
At least he was honest.
He's a beta. But then he was being serious, and he started talking about, you know, seriously being a beta male and being in tune with his emotions, and you know how he's like not allowed to express himself as a man without having his manhood questioned. Like, yeah. So he was taking it, and he was saying that he's like really struggling with anxiety and stuff, and he just started, you know, dumping on a satire live, but they held space for him anyway. But then he said, like, then he started turning into Candace Owens in real time and started saying some anti-black stuff. And they were like, they couldn't tell, like, they were like, this space was here for satire, right? So Queen couldn't tell if he was joking or not. Like, she was laughing every time he said something. She was cracking up because she thought that it was satire, like he was really deep into the role play, but he was being dead serious the whole time.
Oh. Oh. Mindy, come on.
It was wild.
God. We also
Well,
had a
we
guy.
had a guy. Was it yesterday? Right to tell it.
The one that threatened to do something to your face.
Oh, not that guy. No, I thought you were going to talk about the guy who wanted what would you call it? Male friendship civil unions to reap all the benefits. And then literally admitted, because I was being sarcastic, because he was, I'm pretty sure he was very, very serious in the statement, right? And I'm like, oh my God, sir, I think you're right. Like, I just saw a video earlier today, and this guy was saying that, like, men don't like women. And so I think you're right, sir. I think, like, you men should totally just be able to do that and go get your relationships, you know, and, like, just pretty much leave us. But he was serious. He admitted it. Like, yeah, we don't like women. I was like, you know, you guys don't like us. And he's like, yeah.
I think a big part of that is that they prefer the contract to the relationship.
Yeah.
Like those guys who are making those videos, it's very clear that they just want another dude to do the dishes. Like on contract.
Correct. Oh, they were really mad. They were really mad when they found out I don't do dishes, because they kept telling us to go do the dishes. Go do the dishes. I was like, I haven't done dishes in 10 years. They were appalled.
I was just wondering, like, that, you know, the guy that threatened to do something to your face, right? Like, where did that even come from?
He came from the comments. If I'm not mistaken, he came up on the panel from the comments simply to let me know that he would like to TikTok. This is educational purposes only, and you allowed it to occur on a panel and did not do anything about it. So I, nor so Melanated or nor anybody else should be in any kind of trouble for discussing it, since you literally allowed it. But came up from the comments to let me know he would like to ejaculate on my forehead.
Witchy.
Uh-huh.
It just reinforces that,
And I
like,
think he thought we were going to drop him or something, but we didn't. I think he was really surprised by that. At
Yes.
Sorry, Witchy.
no, you don't got to be sorry to me. It just reinforces, Grammy, this idea that I feel that a lot of straight men would go straight to violence if they could get away with it.
Yes.
And
No
like,
doubt about it.
that's just such a, oh God, I don't know. Just shows how broken we are.
No, that's real. My dad told me that if I was a boy, he would have punched me in the face one time because of something I did. So yeah,
I got punched in the face by my mom. By
me
my
too.
mom and once by my step.
Yeah, never, not by a man.
They didn't like us as children. I don't think. Just like men don't like women, I don't think our parents liked any of us, to be quite honest.
See, that's
And I
the
think that's because their parents
difference
probably didn't like them.
See,
Yeah,
that's the
his parents didn't
difference.
like them.
That's the difference between a man and a lesbian.
What's the difference?
A lesbian actually likes women.
Do they? Do all of them? Was that a joke?
Probably more than men do.
Oh, I want to get off this ride. What about this whole thing about not being in
Found out today that I
control?
didn't know.
How do you feel about, like, because there's this weird fetishization going on with incels and like red pillars and whatnot about controlling their urges, but they do it in the most toxic possible of all ways. I don't know. Oof.
I think they're all a bunch of childish.
It's a lie, and
Yahoos.
it's used to
That's me.
perpetuate grape culture. It's an attempt to normalize grape culture. This idea that men have urges, like that's why I was saying earlier, where they've taught us that like that men and women have different urges, like in different feelings in our bodies and stuff. Like it looks different, but it's the chemicals are the same. The reactions are vary from person to person, right? But they teach that men are in less control of those urges than women are, which is a lie. And then they teach women to I mean, like we just started talking about what coercion looks like. But you know, they
Oh yeah.
teach boys and men that it's okay to like continue to try to wear somebody down into giving in to your needs. Because boys and men don't have control over their urges and their actions backed by those urges. And then you hear things like blue balls and F1 in the chat, you know, like all that stuff to force women into to giving up their bodies against
Right.
their boundaries and against the fact that they don't want, against consent, like without fully consenting and wanting to cooperate.
Right. They have this,
You said it.
huh?
Sorry. No, I was just saying, Cabria said it. Boundaries. Like a lot of us were never taught that we what boundaries even were, let alone that we could have them. Like, think about it. Like, nowadays, kids are, a lot of parents are like, if you don't want to give your grandma a kiss or Aunt JoJo a kiss or hug Uncle Steve, you don't got to, right? Like, but when I was a kid, it was always go give a hug, go, you know what I mean? Like, we weren't allowed to say no to anything. Like, it was just, this is what's on your plate, this is what you're gonna eat, this is what we're gonna do, this is what you're gonna wear, this is, we weren't given options or allowed to even make boundaries. I know I didn't even understand what boundaries really were.
And
I just
also,
learned boundaries with people who aren't in positions of power over me in my 20s. When I was younger, like if it was a peer or somebody who I felt like wasn't a physical threat or an authoritative threat, then I would be able to exercise those boundaries. But when it came to other people, my parents made it clear that, hey, you don't get to have boundaries. You're not allowed to say no to us. In very specific situations where you could say no to adults. Like if an adult tries to touch you and you're, then you get to say no in that case. But other than that, everything was, like Grammy was saying, eat this, wear this, go here, do this, say this, don't say this. And just like this amount of control that led to like a lack of being able to establish what healthy boundaries look like and then enforcing them.
absolutely. And I think so. Another thing that it does is that it places the blame on girls and women rather than men. So anytime that they don't control themselves, it's our fault. Because they're told that basically that their thoughts are like the work of the devil, and then the lack of impulse control is failure. But they're also taught that whenever they're around us, we're the ones that are tempting them. So that's why, like, even in the Bible, they had Eve as the temptress, because then it's the woman that is tempting the man.
Eight, 9, 10-year-old girls can't even wear spaghetti straps to school because it's a distraction. And if we're going to be honest, it's not because it's a distraction to the male students. Because 8, 9, and 10-year-old boys aren't looking at the shoulders of young girls yet. Do you know what I mean? I mean, they might be having thoughts and stuff, but they're not like, it's not like, oh, shoulders. Do you know what I mean? And they can't control themselves. Like, that wouldn't be a situation no matter what age they are. You know what I mean? And so it's like I don't know. They're just I don't like it. I used to fight with the school for my daughter all the time because she was very big chested. Is it because of the rain? Okay. She was very big chested, and so she would get written up for stuff that other girls could wear. No problem. But let her wear it and it's an issue.
Yeah,
And
that was me.
that's where I take issue.
That was definitely me. Big chest and big behind.
Yeah, she was the same. And it wasn't until she got to high school. I don't believe it was it's the stupidest shit.
Yeah, and
Fuck
then
it. It's because men are. Sorry.
it's okay. You're cutting in and out though.
Yeah, as usual.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll miss.
Oh, I was gonna say, I never even thought about who that spaghetti strap rule was for. Cause you're right, it's not little boys looking at little girl shoulders. So that now
No,
that
it's
makes
the
me,
teacher.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so now that makes me think about every rule that we had as children, and how we're allowed to act, and like just that purity culture that's forced onto little girls in a different way, like how we're socialized to engage with the opposite sex and everything. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, now that it's all clicking, it was never about our teenage counterparts or our childhood or adolescent counterparts, and it had everything to do with not tempting grown men.
Correct. And think
Wow.
about it. Like, so when you were sitting around in your pajamas and your dad or brother or whoever says to you, Uncle Ronnie's coming over, go put some pants on. Yeah, or go change your shirt. That,
Why do you keep inviting that guy?
a lot of times you'll hear guys, a lot of times you'll hear guys say, like, well, we don't know. We don't know until they do it. How are we supposed to know? When in reality, they do know.
Right.
They do know, and that's why they say things like, go change your pants, go put on a more covering shirt, because they know that guy is dangerous, and they're still letting them in the house and around their family members anyway. And I cannot stress that to people enough. The person you have to be worried about is not a stranger on the street. It's not a person in a bathroom stall. It's the people that you're closest to. It's the people that you actually give access to your children. It's your brothers, your fathers, your coaches, your priests, your teachers, your neighbors. Those are the people that are more likely to hurt your children.
Well, and we know it. That's, I think, the scary thing is that it's not a secret, right? Like,
Oh, sorry.
it's okay. It's not a secret. And that's what bothers me. Like, why is it that you both can't see it, but also know it's happening? It's like going from expert to, from doofus to, what's his name? What were the two? Doofus and,
Jackrabbit and Alpha.
right?
Alpha 3.
Oh, are you talking about Beavis and Butthead?
No, I'm talking about Valiant and it's like the two boys, and one is a bad
Oh, I
kid.
thought you were talking about the two guys that were in here the other night.
Well, it just like they
Like Corey and
manipulate.
Sean,
What?
like Corey and Sean on Boy Meets World.
Right, something like that. Oh God, what, I forget what it is. It's Do Right and Doofus, and we've been programmed so hard that like we don't recognize that like the damaging part is being like supported, right? Like the bad behavior is the behavior that's getting the most attention.
You know, when you point that out, it makes me think of like a lot of tropes that we have in the media, and it makes me want to like dissect it, because I've always been like I've always felt like the tropes that we see repeated over and over again in the in television and movies and stuff is part of the programming. That was really interesting. Yeah, as soon as you said it, I was like, I know exactly what you're talking about. That when they always have like the one guy who's always up to no good and always doing some shit, and you have the other guy who's like getting bullied and not having access to girls and being a smart kid and being a nerd or whatever. Like they always show those two people together as friends, like to show them as opposites. When one, as human beings, we're like way more complex than that. Like those two people can exist in the same exact person.
Yeah, I mean, do you guys remember Saved by the Bell?
Of course, it
Yeah.
has Screech and
That's
versus Zach Morris.
God, who doesn't?
Yeah, everybody loves Saved by the Bell. Like we're all in our 30s or over here.
Oh, you're
I'm
so
just saying
sorry.
that the abuser is the popular one every time.
Yeah, yeah, that's what they teach. That's why, and that's why when we started having conversations about the types of types of guys that women like versus what they don't like, boys and men have this idea that all girls want the bad boy and the guy that's gonna treat them like shit. But that's what was perpetuated in the media. You don't see like real life situations like except for the girls who fall for the same exact thing and go for the bad boy because that's what was um, portrayed in the media. But yeah, all that stuff is all in the programming. Um, none of the thoughts and ideas that the majority of us have are original. Like we all were taught the same thing.
Right. Think about like what we like. I know for me, my grandma watched a lot of like soap operas, like General Hospital, and so as a young kid, your ideas of what love is or what sex is or and any of these things gets very very skewed because that shit it's not real. You know what I mean? Like that's not how real relationships work and how life really works. And I don't know. It's just there's a lot of messages in the media that reinforce negative stereotypes about sex, sexuality, women, just all of it. Like, we're constantly bombarded with messages about how we're supposed to walk a certain way, drink a certain way, even when describing, guys will say, oh, you throw like a girl or you're a sissy. Like, those are negative things. I saw there was an ad I used to play for students, and it's like an Always commercial, I think is what it is. And it's be like a girl, I think is what the slogan was or something. I'd have to look for it. I'm sure I have it saved somewhere. But it was like all of these things that we're told are like a girl that are negative, but in reality, like throw like a girl, like they showed a young girl, like maybe 14 years old, like who was like a pitcher for like softball or something. And she's like throwing a pitch and like there was nothing weak about it. Like it was strong and it was powerful and she had a lot of power behind her, and it just the way that the messages were given are handed to us makes a difference. It's not just the messages, it's also the way that they're handed to us. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that. So, when you mentioned about soap operas, right? So, soaps definitely played a part in my confusion because although I never really felt like anything except for like black girls that I saw, right? More so like on TV. It was more like I felt there was just something different about them. So like with Saved by the Bell, I had a soft spot for Lisa, right? Like, well, what was that show? The Parenthood. I had a soft spot for Zaria. Do you know what I mean? Like even with Destiny's Child, I had a soft spot for Kelly, right? But then like watching like soaps, because that was sort of like the hetero norm, I tried to have straight relationships and was sort of like thinking that that's what you're supposed to do. That's what's expected of you. That's how things work. And so I wasn't actually interested in building like the connection, but it was just like having that, like, yeah, this is what I've got, do you know? And I think that, like, had I not done that, like, I wouldn't have tried so hard to pass as a straight person.
Yeah, those messages really fuck us up sometimes. Like it's especially soap operas. Like, don't get me wrong, we've talked about this already. I love my General Hospital, right? But like, I don't know. It just they give you such a skewed view of what things really are. You know what I mean? Like, it's not anything. It's not even close to real life. But when you're 13, you think that's what love is supposed to look like, right? Or
Right.
feel like, or sound like,
Yeah, and I never felt anything.
It felt like you were modeling, right? Like you were just modeling what you saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. It makes me think of. Did you ever watch the show Black Cake on Hulu?
Uh-uh.
So there's a show. It's called Black Cake, and it's about this woman who she's from Jamaica, and she left a series of tapes for her children telling her story about her old identity when she grew up in Jamaica, and her kids don't really know anything. She's kind of told them one thing, but she lived an entire secret life that they didn't know about. And one of the episodes features her and her best friend. Her best friend that she was on the swim team with, who's also a girl, a teenage girl. And her best friend came out to her that she was gay. And they lived in Jamaica. It was very homophobic at the time. Like you couldn't be outed. Like they would unalive you. So she had to basically pretend like she was a heterosexual woman. And there was a scene where they're both at a party, and the main character, she's dancing on her boyfriend. She's dancing with her boyfriend, and her friend, there's a guy that has a crush on her. So she's guiding her friend on, this is how you dance with this boy. Lean on him like this, hold him like this, be held like this, kiss him like this. Like she was literally coaching her friend on how to mask herself to look like a someone who is attracted to men, and give that guise of being heterosexual so that the community didn't find out. And that's exactly what we've been doing this entire time. It's all in the programming. They teach you what you should do and what you should say if you like a boy as a girl, and they teach you what you should do and what you should say if you like a girl as a little boy. And then we watch each other model these things in real life, like it's a play. Like we're all acting, and then you start being conditioned to believe that, like, this is like it was a pattern. It was a pattern. I was like, this is weird. I noticed it was really weird, and I was just uncomfortable with the whole thing. I was like, nah, I'm checking out.
So something
children
about
learn what they live. Oh, sorry. I'll just add one quote really quick. Children learn what they live, and they act out the dynamics of a dysfunctional family. That's a quote from one of my grad school textbooks, and it always stuck with me. It has always stuck with me. Children learn what they live, and they act out the dynamics of a dysfunctional family. And I think that's very true.
Well, I was just going to say about the play acting, right, that you're talking about, right? When we play this play acting, like you're not allowed to go off script, right? Even as a man.
Not at all.
Even as a man, like you're not allowed off script. Because if you're off script, then how do people know how to like decide what your relationship is like with a particular person? And I think it's always used kind of, especially by like religious people and openly misogynistic and like internalized misogynistic people, as like saving the human race. And I don't know what they're talking about, because like people are still going to breed, like regardless of like societal standards or like how much LGBTQ or how much 4B, like, or whatever, we're still going to have people excited to do the horizontal mambo, you know? So we're going to have mistakes, right? And that means we're going to have kids. Like kids are not in danger. Like the like how many people are worried about what's going to happen to humanity if we not just like rampantly following these roles.
Damn. Yeah, that's real.
Because they say that shit all the time. Like that it's going to be the end of humanity. Like that is some apocalyptic nonsense. Like,
Yeah, they do. Whenever we're talking about the rainbow community, one of their biggest objections is, well, how are people gonna repopulate the earth? And I was like, can lesbians get pregnant? Like, does your uterus stop working when you decide that you like women instead of men? Talk to me. What about men? Like, are you saying that a gay man can't get a woman pregnant? BFFR. Or what about adoption? What about all of the children who already don't have homes and don't have parents that y'all won't let people adopt because of their sexuality? Like I actually want to fight when people say that. Like those are actual fighting words, because it means that you don't have the ability to think critically. And you're playing in people's face at this point.
it's
Absolutely, because the reality is there's a lot of ways to get a pregnancy that do not require having intercourse. Like people have been doing it for a long time,
but
you
there's also
know,
never going to not be
in
straight
various
people.
ways.
Like the straight people aren't in
Correct.
danger.
But even if we were to play right, but here's the thing, even if we were to play their little game, right? Like, okay, let's play your little game. Like, do you think that if you know, you and Cabria decided you wanted to have a baby, you wouldn't be able to do it? Like you'd be able to make it happen. You know, even if everybody on the planet was gay, like we'd be able to make it happen. Like there are ways. Like it's even outside of science. Like I have friends who've literally used the turkey baster method.
The thing is, you don't even have to go science or turkey baster method. Like you could just go good old fashioned, like Witch said, horizontal mambo, with a lesbian and a gay man together. Like it happens way more often. It's been happening since the beginning of time.
I was going to say, it's been going on a long time.
There are so many gay men who have laid down with women. There are so many gay women who have laid down with men. It is not uncommon. And so a pregnancy can still be produced, even because they'll be like, I don't want no test tube, baby. Well, are you saying that you're like, do you realize that people can still do it even if they're not attracted to each other, if it's about creating life? Like people do it all the time.
All the time, especially.
Like,
right.
Men don't like
I've done
women. Somehow we still have babies.
Like, check on all the men in your family. One of them is definitely gay and has been married for 30 years and has 5 of y'all. Please stop playing.
My uncle was, and my cousins didn't did not know until after he died. I mean, they were little, and so they were older. He was already gone when they found out and realized that, like, they didn't even know that he was gay. Like, they didn't even have those memories because he was, they were little. The memories they had were just like, not those memories. Do you know what I mean? And so when they found out, they were shocked, and then they were even more shocked to find out that he had been married previously. And I'm like, what do you mean you're shocked? Like, think about the time frame. Like, my mom was born in 56. He's a couple of years older than or younger than my mom, so he would have been born a couple of years after. Like, what's so
No, okay,
shocking?
wait a second. So
Like,
knowledge, I'm sorry. I know I'm not a mod, but knowledge, like just like read your comment before you send it. Cause like this is fetishization,
oh,
right? Like you have turned like this whole conversation into like an overtly unnecessarily sexual like contest in your comment and like w- w- uh, like nobody is forcing you to look at LGBTQ corn, right? Like it's not being enforced in any way, like so that when that's on your feed, like that's not us, that's you. Knowledge.
No knowledge and no wisdom.
that, they're gonna. It's what time is it? 7 o'clock my time. What time is it for you? So melanated, like 9 or something, or are you behind me?
5.
5.
5.
You're behind me. I don't know why I always think that your time is ahead of mine. So it's gonna start. They're gonna be coming in soon. Looking
And
looking
knowledge,
for the penis
what do
size
other
background
people's
because that's what they want to have.
and knowledge, what do other people's relationships have to do with you? Like,
Right? It's not like
why
we're
are you
doing
in
it
their
in front of you
business?
or doing anything in front of you.
Knew that was coming. I
Rexy.
fucking knew it was coming.
British Broadcasting Channel, eh?
You missed it yesterday. Rexy was on a roll yesterday. Was that yesterday morning?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I was in a live where this guy was talking about arranged marriages and being the manager of his wife today. And his wife came into the room with him and he was like, "Hey guys, I might have to leave. My wife is mad about how I've been talking about her." And we were all like, "Put her on the phone. You want to talk that nonsense in public on TikTok? You put her on the phone."
Yeah. I can't count the amount of times that we've been engaged in a dialogue with somebody and they're talking trash and then we have to get them to put their mom on the phone, put their girlfriend, put their wife on the phone and just let them have it. And sometimes I think it's so weird to be on TikTok live in front of other people anyway. So like why do you even some of the people will do it and they'll have people sitting right next to them jumping on the microphone. I'm like, that's so weird. You're
I
allowing somebody
remember
to
being
represent
in a
you.
live where, and this person has been in John's space, like afterwards, right? And so what he did was he was basically tokenizing his black girlfriend. And then, so he was actually challenged. And so, like, we could hear his mom in the background. And so somebody said, like, put your mom on the phone. And so, like, his mom came on and they were like, hey, does your son have a black girlfriend? And she she said he did, but not anymore. And so they were asking her, like, oh, did you know that your son is a racist? And she's like, my son is not racist. Like, we grew up in a black neighborhood. And we're just like, so that's where he gets it from. But I just thought it was so funny that his mom was like in the background and she was just like spilling all of his tea. So he basically lied about having a black girlfriend.
Yeah, people lie about a lot of different stuff on here. I be trying not to give light to it anymore. I'm like, you just making shit up.
When someone's an op and you can hear their mom yelling at them, I think that is the funniest thing.
Yeah, there was this girl. She was supposed to be from Ireland, and she came on Black Swans Live, and she was saying how she had a biracial stepson, or she said she had a black stepson, and then she said he was her stepson, but then she started talking about how she adopted him from some really bad people who used to abuse him. So it's like, which one is it? Is he adopted or is that your stepson? Because it sounds like he doesn't exist. They just be making stuff up.
Yeah, they do sometimes. A lot of the time. Especially the story about getting beat up. I don't believe any of them have ever been beaten up by anybody. Well, they probably have, but not like, nobody's walking around getting beat up like that. And if you are, it's likely you were running your fucking mouth. That's probably why, would be my guess.
I bet money on
But
it.
5 is always my go-to answer.
Mine is 3. I don't know why 3 specifically, but it's always
'Cause
3.
I've been in a lot. I always go 5. I've been in a lot of fights, and they were either A, because somebody was running their mouth to me, or because I was running my mouth. Do you know what I mean? So, like, you're not going to convince me they weren't running their mouth.
Yeah, they're always running their mouths. I remember that. I remember being in middle school and high school, and having to hold back some of my friends because they about to beat up a crocodile, and it's just like, you'll go to jail, like, because that's the thing. Like, if they honestly, the only time I would ever allow the story into evidence, like, if you want to go ahead and say that you got jumped by X amount of people, come in and bring the police report. I want you to go find a police report. I don't believe you, because I believe that if it happened, you would have pressed charges, because y'all love to weaponize the police. But if you don't have a police report, I'm definitely not listening. And I really don't care. Oh, Rexy's never been in a fight. I've been in a couple fights, but they were mostly in my youth. Like, nobody really wants to fight me as an adult. I think people are scared of me, between me being a black woman and me being plus size. Like, people are scared to fight me. So I don't, and plus I don't really give people a reason to want to fight me. It's not often, but I used to get into a lot of fights when I was younger.
I broke a teacher's finger. I got in a lot of trouble for that.
I hit this boy with a chair, like, and I flipped over half the classroom. Yeah, I hit this kid with a chair. And then we had a substitute teacher that day. So my substitute teacher, he already knew me because he was one of those young substitute teachers that hung out at the high school all the time. So he was just like, "Are you good? That guy's an asshole." And then he let me go to the counselor's office. I told the counselor about what happened, and she was really nice to me about it. But it was somebody who had been bullying me. Like, he had been bullying me for months. And one day he took out a a pocket knife and swiped it at me. Like he was like, "I'm gonna cut the only jacket you own," because I wore this jacket every day. I was really insecure, and I got up and hit him with a chair, and then I flipped over all the desks in the classroom. Everybody ran like it was exit stage left, the real kind.
I remember the first time I met my best friend. It was actually, well, it wasn't actually the first time I met her because I had met her previously fighting with her sister, kind of arguing with her sister about a boy. But we were in the hallways in junior high and she started running her mouth to me, and I picked her up and threw her like into the lockers, and I got in a lot of trouble for that. And then 3 years, was it about 3 years later, 4 years later maybe, um, she was dating one of my really, really good friends, like one of my best friends since kindergarten. And we quickly become very fast friends. And now she's like, we don't talk all the time, but she is my, like my other person, if that makes sense. Because there's like, like Tony and her are like my people, if that makes sense. I don't know. She's my person, my other person. She's my bestie. But it did not start out that way. Oh my God.
So, Rexy, now that I have you here, what are we going to do about this smoking cessation?
Oh no.
Like, I can't hear your lighter going off. Yeah, because I'm having trouble right now.
I need to quit. Maybe, I don't know. I know I could do it, but the last time I did it with Chantix, and it was so much easier.
And this does not include gardening.
But that shit's like 3. Oh no. No, 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 no. I'm gonna garden forever. I'm gonna go to my deathbed gardening. I want a brownie in one hand and a joint in the other. And hopefully my brownie has some goodies in it. Dylan's here. I told you that. I didn't even take 15 minutes.
You came back, Dylan. See how well behaved he is when the ops aren't around?
He is. Mhm. Listen, I had wild dreams, Rexy, and I'm not talking like my buddy and I, we quit at the same time, and he also did Chantix. He woke up in the middle of the night choking his wife. I did not. I had like trippy ass, like Grateful Dead, like like in Wayne's World, kind of like trippy, weird dreams. Like I wanted to go back to sleep. Like they were good dreams. Like I just dreamed and dreamed these like really vivid ass dreams. It was cool. Cool as fuck. But that shit's expensive. you ever tried it? Because honestly, I don't think I need it for very long. If I can get past the first 3 days, if I can get past the first 3 days without a cigarette, I'll be just fine. After that, it's all psychological, and I know that. I absolutely know that, and I'll be able to do it. It's
I need
just
more
those
than
first
3
3
days.
days.
I really do.
And that Chantix makes it so that like the only way I know how to describe it is that your cigarettes don't work anymore. Like you know how like you're cleaning your house and you want to take a break, so you sit down with like a Coke or a cup of coffee and a cigarette and you scroll your phone and you just sit there for a minute and you take a couple puffs and you're like, ah, like that doesn't happen. You don't get that relaxed feeling anymore. And then they start to taste funny. So they taste bad. Like they don't even, not that they taste good to start with, because we all know that they don't, but they taste bad. And then they don't work anymore. So you just kind of quit. Yep, stressed is what gets. I quit for 8 years and started back up when my.
I quit for 3 and then started up again like Thanksgiving when I got drunk.
Yeah, that'll do it every time. I remember going to the bar with my friend and being like, just blow it in my face, just blow it in my face. Because I didn't, smoke yet, but I knew I was getting close to wanting to. That's a good chunk of time, 16 months. You're down 8 pounds. How many inches? Because if you're working out, you're probably losing inches. Big time. Because you're also gaining muscle too. So that's like, even though 8 pounds, you probably still lost a lot and gained a lot of muscle. Then you take a nap. Since the 3rd, you've lost 8 pounds. What's today? It's not the 15th. It's like the 23rd or something. Like 20 days. That's not bad. 8 pounds in 20 days. Not bad. Good job, Rex. Is everybody else silent or is my app glitching?
No, we're on silent.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Because I was
Because I'm
eating.
stoned and I'll just eat because I'm trying to figure out what to get. I'm hungry. Nothing sounds good.
Chicken sounds good.
Like chicken strips.
Cabria, are you in Maryland? I was eating special fried rice.
That's
I
where I met Tony was in Maryland.
huh? Was that Grammy?
I said that's where I met Tony. Yeah, I said that's where I met Tony. I was in Maryland.
Mhm. I had pizza on Thursday. And then I don't remember what I. Yeah, it was okay. hmm When I lived in West Virginia, like we used to drive to Maryland a lot. Um, no, so it was either Baltimore or DC. It's like hecka quiet.
Hi, Dylan.
All right.
Bye, Witchy. I'm not far behind. I think I'm gonna take a nap for like an hour while Tony goes and gets some food. I'm exhausted. And I didn't even do my whole walk because it was raining. I was literally just talking about going and finishing it, but I'm gonna take a nap instead. I walk every single day, Dylan.
Very much. Oh, thank you.
Never mind, I'm not even gonna say.
Can't find the bingo card I was looking for. That was this one. Yeah, the environment. Oh, no. So it was, oh my God. I actually didn't. I think I might even take a nap.
Right?
Hey, what's
Yeah.
up, Miss? I stepped away. I stepped away for a couple minutes. Cause I was making dinner. I made some curry chicken salad, lettuce wraps. This is about to
Ooh,
slap.
that
This is
sounds
about
so
to be
good.
so good. It's about to be amazing. But yeah, so I was getting my groceries and then putting together something because I haven't eaten. I haven't eaten really. I had half a sandwich earlier.
Yeah, I haven't eaten today yet either. I don't think. Did I eat anything? I don't think I did.
Have y'all ever made y'all made
No, I got a
croutons
Pop
before?
Tart in there. Probably.
Made what?
Croutons?
Croutons.
No, but I would like to be able to make my own croutons.
It is the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. Like I will never spend $3 on a bag of croutons ever again.
So what did you do? You just bake
Um,
it, bake the bread, or toast it, or
yeah,
what?
at like 200 degrees for probably like an hour or two. You take the bread and toss it in some olive
Oh,
oil,
that
add some
long?
seasonings. Yeah, it did take a long time, but it was because I was cooking them at a really really low
I
temperature and
know.
I was getting them really crunchy.
Right.
I think I left them in the oven for like 2 hours at 200 degrees. But
I like little croutons. I don't like them big ass, ginormous croutons. I like little bitty ones.
yeah, that's why when you make your own, you can cut your bread whatever size you want. They probably cook faster being smaller,
Right.
small and thin. I like big croutons,
Yeah,
so
they
I
don't take
press
long
my
either.
bread together before I cut it into squares and put it on a sheet.
Oh,
It
that
was
makes it
fun.
thicker than, huh? Like big squares.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I freaking
Oh my
deleted
God.
it.
No, that
No,
says
I was looking
Silver was
for
a
the
bad girl.
screen. I was looking for the screenshot that I took of the guys that messaged me.
Oh.
Yeah, they're oh my goodness, so ridiculous.
The weirdos like Michael Myers.
Oh god, I don't remember who they are. And this is what I don't get. Like like they could have like said things like in the live, right? But they waited until
Oh, they're
afterwards.
not gonna do that. Uh-huh. That's because they're betas.
So one of them was like, black people and white people and another race of people is racist, so stop being dumb and stupid. And then the other one was, you're the prime example that racism still exists. Mad because your live was shut down.
Emotional men.
Because they're so fragile.
Can't even handle being muted. Like, that's what kills me. Like,
Oh wow, finally she lets me join.
oh God, don't start that stuff, Dylan.
What? I've been requesting like 7 times and she keeps denying me.
I wasn't even around.
I'm just playing, I'm trolling.
Poorly.
I wasn't
Wow.
looking.
So what are we debating about tonight?
Dylan, this is not a debate space. Unless the host decides they want to have a debate, but I'm pretty sure it would say debate.
Yeah.
If you want to have a debate, you gotta pay.
Gotta pay money to debate nowadays? Damn.
So what's going on, Dylan?
Nothing, I'm just chilling. Figured I'd hop back on here and see what y'all talking
Did you get a
about
chance
today.
to think about? Well,
Oh, yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
same stuff, different day. Did you get a chance to think about any of the stuff we talked about last night?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I feel like didn't
Mm-hmm.
really talk about much, to be honest. Didn't learn anything. But
Of course,
yeah.
you got to be willing to learn, Dylan. You got to be willing to set the fragility aside and listen to what people are telling you and trust that they know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know really what fragility you're talking about because it's not in me, so.
Dylan, do you not remember how you first came up on the panel the first time?
No, yeah. No, remind
Wasn't that
me.
you? That was a little bit. Wasn't that you? Weren't you a little bit like all the other guys at first?
No.
Was that not you?
No, yeah. No, I was fine. I wasn't triggered or anything.
The chick on the panel.
Oh, the lead? Yeah, she followed me back. That lead chick, Leanne, I
She
think.
did because she wanted more than to mold your mind. You know, all them Trump fuckers are wearing Post-its on the side of their head, right? And that they look stupid.
Yeah. I don't
You
do
do know that,
politics. I
right?
don't like either of them. But I mean, Joe Biden's out now, so you think it's gonna be Kamala? Trump and Kamala?
There's enough people that don't like Trump.
Yeah. Oh, so you're thinking the Democrats are gonna win?
I mean, that's what happened before last time.
Yeah.
People don't really like Biden. They just saw him as a better alternative, you know?
Yeah. And yeah, either way, I don't care if Trump or Kamala wins. It doesn't really affect me. I feel like the president really
So,
doesn't do
Dylan,
anything.
I want to ask you a quick question, Dylan.
Yeah.
Are you registered to vote? That's
No,
important.
yeah. No, I'm not.
Make sure you should really think about voting. That's an important, just,
The only thing is, like, I heard, like, if you register, like,
you're
it puts
registered.
you on
I'm
a
glad you're
list.
registered, and so at least you have the option to do it. Right? That's important, being registered, because then you at least can go
I don't
vote.
want to do jury duty, though. I'm pretty sure if
It's
you
not bad.
register, yeah.
They pay
I mean,
you.
but like
They
my
pay
vote
you
won't
to do
matter.
jury duty, and it's really not that bad.
Yeah, they don't pay
You may
you
not even get
enough.
picked to go on a jury. Like, depending what your field is, like, they may not pick you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a social worker. They never want social workers on juries. They don't.
I don't
As
know.
soon
It's
as
just
I
like my
tell
one
them
vote isn't gonna
that,
matter.
you know, I studied, they send me home. Do what?
I said my
What'd you say,
one
Dylan?
vote won't like change the outcome of the whole election, so I'm not really worried about it.
You know how many people say that?
Yeah, but still,
Right.
like I'm saying, like
It might not
if
make a
it's
difference
one
for
vote wins,
you.
then yeah, I'll vote next time. But I don't think that's gonna
Yeah, but
happen.
that'll be too late.
Yeah. I don't think it's ever happened though. I think it's very unlikely that one vote is gonna change the whole outcome. But like if you're really into it, yeah, like if you get other people to vote, then you can actually like change the outcome, like with your influence. If you have a lot of followers or something.
Other people do vote.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You gotta get other people to vote and stuff. I see what you're trying to do, but I mean, I'm not a vote. I'm not a political guy. I don't really care.
No, I was just asking because I think that while it may not, you know, it may not matter to you, it could matter, your vote could matter to other people. You know what I mean? Like, it may not change anything for you, but where you choose to cast it could change things for other people. That's all. That's all.
Yeah.
Exactly, Witchy.
Exhibit A. What the hell is she talking about?
That's Witchy. He goes by he, him pronouns. At least,
Oh wait, that's that one guy. Is that John?
yepper.
John has 2 accounts.
No, that's not John. That's the guy that was here earlier. Witchy is the guy that was here earlier. But John has like 8 accounts.
Oh, how's it going? So, Dylan, what made you fragile about the background?
What? No, I just said my whole thing last night is I just felt like you're generalizing all white men. But then everybody like changed their opinions and they were like, no, women are too. And then we were like, well, why don't you just change it to everybody's fragile? Then it
Oh,
won't be a
because
problem.
women's fragility is not a problem for our
No.
society.
Their opinion.
Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, men's fragility is an existential danger to women and children in our country. You know, compared to, say, a woman not wanting to be called the B word or not wanting to put up with your shit. That's not the same at all.
Oh, okay.
You should have been here last night, Witchy. You would have not been impressed at all.
Man, yeah, no, that's pretty common. One of the things that worries me the most about John's live is that like just people are totally free to say the like worst shit. Like, I think I was in part of the live yesterday and people were just saying awful things.
Oh, in here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, were you here? Yeah, that was Dylan and his friends.
I've been in and out.
Oh, y'all were my friends. Wow.
Aw.
If you want to
Dylan,
be
I got
my
a word for you to
hey,
Google. I got a word for you to Google, Dylan. It's called two words actually. Parasocial relationship.
Like Dylan, I have a question for you. Do you think that men and women can be friends?
Yeah, I know they can.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not a terrible start. Like,
Do you think
so what
be-
makes you fragile
do
about
you
the
think that they
background
can
then?
be just friends?
Dude, what do you mean? So the
Well, you
whole
came up in here, man.
thing
Listen, I've been in
yesterday.
here many times, so like I come in to talk to Grammy and to Melanated, but like I've not seen you in here before, so I just wonder why you volunteered to be in this.
Last night, dude, I wasn't triggered, bro. And I feel like, dude, if anybody went against them, it was, oh, you're just fragile just because you get defensive about that. But it's just because people get
Wait a
defensive
minute,
because you're
Dylan.
generalizing.
No, Dylan. Oh no, I'm gonna mute you now, Dylan. No, that's not true, Dylan. What actually happened was those men came up on this panel, would not let us speak, would not even let us answer the background, called us disgusting and vile names, said disgusting and vile, things to us, some homophobic, some transphobic, some ableist, some ageist. You said ageist shit to me yourself, Dylan. Some of y'all were saying racist shit, and it was
I did
all
not
because
say
of your
ageist.
fragility.
What did I say to you?
Y'all said a lot of shit last night, Dylan.
No, not y'all.
And you
I don't
co-signed
even know anybody
whatever didn't
else.
come out. Listen, Dylan. Whatever didn't come out of your mouth, you co-signed when you laughed about it. And egged them on.
Lies, Grammy, lies.
Okay, so then you don't think that white men are fragile?
I definitely think they can be.
Have you ever met one that's not?
Yeah, actually, I have met people but like I'm sure they have been fragile at one point in time.
Like, we were talking about this earlier, Dylan. Do you realize that you guys kept defending all of these men, but not one of you defended Blake or So Melanated when there were racist slurs being hurled at them? None of you guys said anything. All you did was giggle. You sure had a whole lot of whining and crying to do about the white men that you thought were being bullied. You don't think that speaks
Somebody
to your
said
level of
racist stuff. That's
indoctrination?
ridiculous. I would have stood up, but like,
Like,
I probably didn't hear it.
though,
I
you
must
didn't
not have
say
heard it.
anything.
What'd they say?
You laughed about it all. You laughed about every single thing that was said in here last night.
No. A lot of it, yes, but that's just because I don't take things seriously sometimes.
Like abusive behavior, you don't take that seriously?
Yeah, some people just like kind of laugh to, I don't know, ease the pain.
Ease the pain.
Yeah.
Dylan, I literally
pain?
said that I was
This
going to take a
title is
nap
just so-
earlier, and your response in the chat was, Grammy needs to get some sleep after that walk. Like, those are the kind of comments that's mild compared to the stuff. That's not even nothing compared to some of the stuff that you and your buddies, and you will not ever convince me that you don't know those guys, that you and your buddies were playing around and doing last night in this chat that I want to remind you is recorded by TikTok and available to be downloaded. That's the problem with those of you
For
guys that
30
don't
days.
host your own lives, is that you think that it's a joke when we say that, and it's not a joke. It's literally recorded by TikTok and available for the creator to.
Yeah. I'd go ahead, download it, pull it up right now. I guarantee you I didn't do anything wrong.
You laughed and co-signed their behavior. That racist, homophobic, transphobic, ableist, and every other ism that you can think of.
Grammy, look, I mean, I don't think that's true at all. That's just my opinion, though. Like, I just laugh at pretty much everything. I'm just happy right now.
I get it. You're young and you laugh at everything. Whatever. If that's what you think you're going to feed me and I'm going to believe, then more power to you. You go ahead and believe that I'm going to believe that. But you and I both know better. The reality is that maybe you don't take things very seriously, but you should, Dylan. Because for some people, these are very serious issues. For some people, it's not funny. It's a
Yeah,
privilege, Dylan, for that
Oh,
stuff to be funny.
yeah.
Speaks to the amount of
Uh,
privilege that you have, that you find it funny. Do you not understand that?
no, I understand that. I do. That's very unfortunate for me. I
So,
just think,
so I had mentioned this earlier, Dylan, in this live. I think part of it too comes down to the indoctrination, and you almost admitted to it, where like vulgarity and abusive behavior are like normalized as humor much of the time.
yeah.
But that's indoctrination, and it isn't good for you. And it isn't like it's like it's like laughing at a Matt Rife joke. Like, ugh.
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is. I think Dave Chappelle's pretty funny, though.
Ugh. Okay, well, so is the part you like about it the transphobic part?
No, I don't even know. There's a skit that he has way back in the day about crack, and I thought it was hilarious. But
Maybe, did you ever think, Dylan, that you might find it so hilarious because your life hasn't been impacted by crack? But there's people out there whose lives have literally been impacted by crack because crack is a real thing. And it was a real epidemic back in the day. And tons of people's lives were impacted by that. And they lost family members and households. And, like, you weren't here back in the day, so you really have no clue what you're laughing at, to be quite honest.
yeah, I guess you'd have to watch the skit because I can't do it, but you'd have to watch it. It is good. Like, you can, I see
I'm
what you're
pretty sure we've
saying.
all seen it.
Yeah, it's good. It's funny. I don't know. That's my opinion, though. But, like, I don't think he's undermining just because he's telling a joke.
You're missing it, John.
Oh, and by the way, when I said Grammy needs to get some sleep after that walk, LOL, I was just playing with you.
But do you know her?
You were done. I was just playing with you a few minutes ago. I was just playing with you, Dylan.
I know.
No, can we stop
I'm-
playing with each
I'm
other,
listening.
please? Sorry.
Okay, wait. As soon as I said it, I realized it. So, okay, you win that one, Witchy.
Excuse me. I've been on mute for a minute. It's really crazy because I remember Dave Chappelle saying that he walked away from that $5 million deal with Comedy Central, because he realized that black people weren't the only people laughing at his sketches, and that he was possibly like participating in harm. And he turned down the deal, and then he left the country, like went to Africa on a soul searching journey. And I understood what he meant, but I didn't, because I wasn't thinking about the things that non-black people were laughing at about the Chappelle show. And it makes me feel the same way about non-black people or white people watching the Boondocks and thinking it's funny. Like, bitch, why you laughing? That's how it makes me feel. So when you was talking about that skit where it's Tyrone Biggums and the crack skits that he was doing and how hilarious you thought it was, I never like really thought about what that would feel like to hear that in real time, considering like how heavily impacted my family and my community was during the crack epidemic. So like hearing a little white boy say that, it was hilarious, like that skit was funny. Just like Grammy was talking about, like it was a joke and everything, but laughing at something that you would never be impacted by, I don't know, like that did something to me. It struck a nerve a little bit. That was uncomfortable as hell, and it felt racist. It felt racist. But anyway, I want to speak to the topic: why are white men so fragile? So when we talk about white fragility and what that looks like, it has a lot to do with how white people are socialized to believe in the treatment that they receive, just off the means of being white, being able to navigate whatever spaces you want to, and not be challenged about your credibility or your identity, and just existing in the world as an individual, to be seen as innocent or moral until proven otherwise. That innocent until proven guilty thing, because it really only applies to white people. Like, that's white privilege. And the white fragility comes out whenever a white person moves into a space, and those ideas about their identity and their whiteness are called into question. So being called immoral, being called out for bad intentions, or not being a good person, or for not being intelligent, not being versed in the conversation, those things trigger that fragile state. These are the things that my whiteness has granted me, the ideas that I am all of these things without having to prove otherwise. And when you are treated as though your whiteness does not matter, and you don't have that white privilege, when your white privilege card is declined in real time, that's when we see the fragility. And that's when we experience the most amount of racism. When we've been doing these conversations in Black Swans Live about racism and who can experience it and who can't, who can be racist and who can't, and we get hundreds, thousands of really horribly racist, overtly racist comments and threats. And I've been taking screenshots of every single last one before I block them, like as a moderator, because I'm just trying to keep like a cache. I'm trying to keep just something to reflect on, because
Yep.
while we're just
Yep.
speaking facts, we're just speaking to our intellect, we're speaking to things that we studied, we're speaking to things that scholars have studied for the last 100, 200 plus years. We're just speaking to those things specifically. Like, we're not even speaking out of hurt fifis or anything. Or hatred. It's not even coming from a place of hate, because a lot of us we're in proximity to white people. We have friends, we have family, we have neighbors, we have coworkers who we are surrounded by on a regular basis. We have people who we grew up with that we might have lost connection to because of the fact that they were operating within white supremacy, and they were racist, and we couldn't we couldn't maintain the friendship anymore. And so it's difficult seeing that people think that there's hatred where you're just trying to inform a group of people on how they're causing harm, because there is no hatred. We just understand it from a different perspective. But yeah, I asked Black Swan if I could go up one day and just start sharing some of the comments that we've been getting. If I could share a couple in this space, if y'all want to hear some of the things that we've been getting real quick. Yeah, let me get my iPad real quick because like I said, I have at least 50 screenshots of like just really racist stuff. People who are mad at us for saying that they're racist, proving their racism in real time, and sometimes with their government names as their TikTok names, which is really crazy because I'm like, damn, if you're gonna be racist, at least do it from a troll page. You have your whole entire government name as your TikTok handle or in your bio, and you have a picture of yourself and the state in which you live. Like, why would you put all of that information online and then come and spew YT supremacist rhetoric? That is just not smart. It's very unintelligent. But let me grab my iPad. I'll be right back in like less than a second. All right, so I got my iPad and I'm just pulling up these messages. Okay, so the first message is somebody throwing chickens, just chicken emojis in the comments. Let me see. Somebody said an example of YT people being experiencing racism is being picked last for sports teams. Now we already debunked that because the reason why YT people might be picked last for sports teams is because black and brown people were dehumanized to have different physical characteristics. So like that those characteristics, those physical attributes like speed and strength being put on display like a zoo is rooted in racism. So like YT people being seen as like not being as strong and fast and stuff like that, like is actually rooted in anti-black racism, not anti-white racism. But yeah, so somebody responded to that as same reason why you're picked last for jobs, making fun of the fact that that black people have high unemployment rates due to racism. The next one is a slur, just NGGR. Several times. They type it as many times as possible in the comments before we're able to mute or block them. The N-word. And we get a lot of those. Usually we get people come up on the panel and drop the N-word like 15 times before we could drop them. And that's happened in every black space I've ever been in. This one says,
He saw some of that for yesterday.
yeah. This person said, you guys get slaughtered daily by the police. There are real fights to have. And we actually just had a black woman who was unarmed be unalived in her own kitchen just a week ago in Chicago. She called the police because there was a prowler, and the police came in to check and see how she was doing, and told her to go check her stove and turn her pot off because she had a pot of boiling water on the stove. And when she went over to do what he said, he pew-pewed her right in the head. And then he lied about it and tried to say that it was a self-inflicted wound, but they checked the body cam footage and it explicitly shows him firing his arm weapon at her. And we have like a documented history of that happening to black men, women, and children. But somebody made a joke out of it saying you guys are getting slaughtered by the police. This one says, haha, white people don't pay attention to you savages. This one says, let me see. Somebody telling me that not all white people are racist, but I'm racist but I see racism because I'm racist. Someone said blacks are insecure. She's too busy crying because we're talking about racism. Why would I be racist if I have black and Mexican friends? Mexican's not a race. Y'all love to play the victim. We get a lot of comments. Like somebody said, get the cotton picked. That was crazy. I wouldn't even think that was real. And that was one of the ones who had his first name and last name on his TikTok and a picture of him and his ugly ass children. And he said, get the cotton picked. This one says, it's amazing people use English to make a claim that's disproven by the English language, making fun of the fact that we are having these conversations in English when we were colonized and the English language was forced upon us. They are ignorant monkeys. Somebody called us ignorant monkeys. He was on our panel. His name is Austin Drury. like his first and last name, and he called us monkeys on TikTok. Let me see. I was not allowed to be friends with a person of color because I'm white. So somebody openly admitting that her family didn't let her have black and brown friends, and I had friends like that. I wasn't allowed to go to their house because I was black. This one says black people unalive each other every day. Get a life. This one says, let me see. Oh, this one says DIE. So someone just said, they just want us to DIE. Africans sold their own people. That's a lie. This one is just gorilla emojis. Gorilla emojis,
Didn't you
monkey emojis,
hear that
banana
one?
emojis, basketball emojis. What'd you say, Grammy?
I was telling Dylan that he heard that last night.
Yeah.
I got bars.
This one says
On my
blackies
back
always
room.
got something to complain about, I swear. So like it's, and I still have about 20 or 30 more of comments just like this, just from one night. This was one live. This wasn't multiple lives. This was one live that went on for hours. And yeah, it's really bad. Like that's why we have so many mods, because we have so many people trying to attack and take the space down. And while they're doing active racism in the comments and on the panel, they're mass reporting our spaces so that we aren't allowed to speak.
Yeah. Can I say something real quick? Like 100%. And you know what? Actually, the title is actually describing them. You're right. Like they are fragile, but I mean, I know that like that's the type of responses you're gonna be getting, but like the only thing is like those
No,
people,
no.
like not always. I know
We
not
don't know.
everyone.
We don't know that that's the response that we're gonna get is blatant racism until the first time. But you know
Yeah.
what? The thing is, when Dr. King and all the other civil rights leaders started protesting racism in the 1960s, are you gonna say like, oh well, you guys knew that they were gonna stick dogs and hoses on you, so you should have expected that response? No, it doesn't have anything to do with our actions and everything to do with the way that people are reacting. We're choosing to have a conversation. There is no way that we can sit here and try to say that, well, we should have expected the response. So I'm not going to take responsibility
Yeah,
for
no,
somebody
I'm not
choosing
blaming
to
you. I'm not trying to blame you or
for
nothing.
somebody, but it's kind of victim blaming. It's kind of like saying to a woman, like, if you go out and wear that, then you should know what kind of attention you're getting. Like it really is victim blaming. And also, like, as a society, we're taught to victim blame each other and say, well, you should expect that kind of reaction from what you did,
Yeah, I just think there needs to be something else that I don't know. Like I just feel like it's just adding fuel to the fire. I just don't know how somebody can like, what should they even say
But
to it?
let me ask you a
What
question.
would you
What
want me
is
to
adding
do?
fuel to the fire? You don't even know what their background, Dylan, you don't even know
Yeah,
what their background actually says. So how do you know if they're how do you even, what are you even saying? Are you thinking
yeah,
they're
like
going
not.
live with the same background that some melanated has?
No, yeah, like
I don't
I don't
think you're
know. Just some
thinking
of the
about
people
what you're
that were,
saying, Dylan.
yeah, like some of the people who would come on last night, they'd be like, they just felt offensive
Right, but
because you were calling all white
Cabria's
people, or
talking
like you were
about a
generalizing
different
an entire
background.
race.
Dylan, Cabria isn't going live with that background. They have a different background up when they go live. It doesn't say white men are so, why are white men so fragile? It says something different. Don't take this live into that live. Like you don't use this background, do you, Cabria?
No, that wasn't the
You guys use a
background,
totally
and I
different
already
system.
clarified that
Right.
it's been multiple black spaces where we're just talking about our experiences with
Right.
racism, and we're getting these nasty, hateful, racist comments. So it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, because regardless of what we're talking about, if it doesn't align with YT supremacy, then we are going to be at the receiving end of racism. But that doesn't mean that we should stop calling it out or stop speaking up against it. That just means that people are fragile, especially white men who have never had their whiteness challenged in a system that caters to whiteness. That's why this background it stands like so strong. Like, this background is true, cause y'all are fragile. And honestly, while we were having this conversation, the first thing I thought about was, maybe I need to stop participating in these conversations, because I don't want to push the fragility to the point where y'all continue to enact domestic terrorism on the United States. But regardless of whether we participate in these, like, long before TikTok, there was pew-pewing in schools, movie theaters, grocery stores, churches, races, and everything. Like, the domestic terrorism existed long before we ever opened our mouths about anything. So the racism has existed long before we ever opened our mouths about anything. When we were 3/5 a person, that was when the racism was the worst. In my opinion, like, because y'all were having picnics and stringing people up in trees. I'm sorry, trigger warning. Stringing people up in trees, and making an entire day and festival out of it, like with children and everything. There's pictures in color from the 50s and from the 60s of y'all still participating in public rope tree fruit, doing strange fruiting people. And so it's like, it has nothing to do with what we're saying, and everything to do with the fact that that y'all are fragile, and indoctrinated to believe that you have the right to react with violence whenever your identity is disrespected.
Dylan, do you know the history behind the word picnic and where that comes from?
No work history. No work history picnic. Never heard of that.
I'll tell him and I'll tell him real quick, and then I'm gonna drop because I need to take some space. So a picnic was basically, you pick an N word and then you string them up from a tree, you strange fruit them. And like I said, it was an entire community event. Everyone, all the men, women, and children would go out to this picnic, and they would have food, and they would have ice cream, and they would have music, and they would beat the N word so savagely, and then string them up from a tree for all to see. And they would take photo ops. Like, you can find pictures of it online, because it's documented evidence. Like, and that was just from 60, 70 years ago. My grandmother is 75. So that was modern history. A lot of us still have our grandparents that are 100 years old and can tell you about segregation and the Triple K. People are still having crosses burned in their lawns in real time. So yeah, people. One of the things that people always say is like, "Oh, that was a long time ago," but like, our grandparents are still here, and they experienced all those things. So that's like another way to dehumanize and be insensitive to the plight of Black people. Like, if your grandparents were telling you stories about and your parents, like, not just our grandparents, like, my parents went through these things. I went through some things as a child and as an adult. But as far as the more violent things, like the beatings and the unalivings, like, our parents and grandparents went through those things, and people come online all day and tell us, "Oh, that was history, that was the past." When we were raised by the people who went through those things, and that generational trauma was passed down to us. And we have to deal with that today. So that's all I have. I need to go decompress and garden, and I might be back later. Melanated, you still there?
They might have fell asleep.
Not they checked out. Oh
It's
my
kind
god.
of early though.
Yeah, it is early. It's early as hell.
There
I'm about to
go.
finish
There.
this spot.
Are you there, so validated? Oh, they might be asleep for real.
They
All right.
are out.
Well, thanks for having me. Hey, Dylan.
Well, thank you very
Um,
much, Cabria. Bye, Witchy.
Yeah, of course. And
Thank you,
I always
Cabria,
say,
for explaining that to him.
yeah, I don't
I
typically
was
do
gonna have
it.
him
You know,
Google, but I think it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've been over trying to educate the YT people only because like it's really triggering when they try to discredit the information that we're giving them. Like instead of discrediting, whenever somebody tries to give me information, I go look
Right.
it up first to see if I can verify what they said before
Yeah.
Right, and
trying to
that's
but people we get
So how do I say your name though, Bree?
Cabria, yeah. A lot of people instead of like trying to validate the info, I mean not validate. Instead of trying to verify the information, they try to invalidate us, our experiences, and the history, and just tell us that it was lies or it was made up or happened 200 years ago. And so that's really triggering. So I don't educate non-black people anymore. I only talk to black people because they're usually going to be more receptive because they don't have negative connotations against me on the basis of my race. But you know, in this moment, I was just like, it's only 3 or 4 people in here, so I felt like it was okay for me to go ahead and drop that little bit of education
Yeah, and
before
Cabria, I
I
listened to
leave.
all that, and thank you for telling me that. And I mean, I'm not gonna discredit you or anything like that. Like, and I understand what you're saying, and I think why YT people like come back at you and say, "Well, that was in the past," is just because they personally take offense to it, and they're not looking at it like
No, I understand why
Dylan.
I understand why they're doing it. It's just, what I will say is that you don't have to defend people who are being blatantly racist. You do not have to defend overt or covert racism. Like it's not your
No.
place. You can say thank you for the knowledge or thank you for the lesson. I'll continue to do my research and you can move on. I think another thing that YT supremacy teaches you is that you have to defend the YT person. It's that defensiveness. Actually, real quick, because I am still studying
right.
the tenets of YT supremacy, and it comes up every conversation that I have with anybody. One of the tenets of YT supremacy is defensiveness. So taking the criticism of people in power and seeing it as threatening or inappropriate, rude, and focusing on your own personal feelings. So that need to constantly defend YT people, defend racism, defend anything that's bad that people that look like you are doing. You don't have to defend it. You will never hear me say, "Oh, well, yeah, he did this because of XYZ." I mean, there's a difference between studying the reasons why somebody did something and then versus trying to defend it. And this isn't the first time you try to defend it. Based off of me being here, you were trying to defend the reason why people were saying racist things. You were trying to defend the reason why people were saying things and doing things in the live last night. And you don't have to do that. It's not your job. So that's something that you should unpack. Why do you feel like you have to defend people who are wrong? You don't have to. You could just say, I don't subscribe to that and I'm sorry that happened. And then you could just move on with your life. Does that make sense, Dylan?
Yeah, Cabri, yes. Cabri, I mean, it's just I just want to say I'm not defending it though. I'm just trying to explain why they
You don't have to
like
explain
that.
anything to me. I already know why they're like that. My ancestors
Yeah.
have 400 years worth of experience, and that's been channeled through me. I know why they are the way that they are. I'm actively studying why they are the way that they are. You don't have to defend it. You don't have to explain it. None of that. But check this out. I'm leaving. Thank you, Grammy. So tell Soul Melody that I'll be back later or whatever whenever they wake up. Dylan, I think and don't ever tell anybody I said this, okay? Because personally, I don't have hope. I don't have hope for you or anyone like y'all. So if you tell anybody I say this, then I'm just gonna call you a goddamn lie. I think that
I'm gonna back her up.
yeah, what I'm gonna say is I think that evidence that you're willing to change is the fact that you're sitting here and listening, and that you're not being overly combative. And so I'm not going to give you a pat on the back for it, but I'm just saying that I can tell that there is a part of you that is capable of critical thinking, and I want to encourage you to continue to think critically, and to show people that you are smarter than the bullshit that you are surrounded by, and start educating yourself and unlearning some of the things that you might have been taught against your will while you were growing up.
All right, yeah, I definitely will.
All right. Thank you, Grammy. Appreciate y'all. See ya.
Thank you, Cabria. I just wanted to say thank you again for explaining that to him. I was going to have him Google it, but I think it may have helped him a little more hearing it from you. So
Yeah,
thank you.
sometimes the education does depend on where it comes from and who it comes from. And I always wanted to go into teaching and being an educator and speaking to people. So, you know, the opportunity to speak to somebody one on one, I took it today. But I do, I'm ready to go.
I think you would be a great educator.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And
think
I will
you would.
remember that. I need to go back to school.
You
But
would.
thank you. I appreciate that. All right, y'all. Peace.
Do it. All right. Bye, Cabria. Thank you. Let me try some melanated again. Are you there, some melanated? I don't want to wake him up. Dylan, I don't see anybody in the request. It looks like it's just me and you. And I'm not going to lie, I'm really exhausted and could use an hour nap. So I'm
yeah.
going to close
I'm about to get
my
off
eyes
here.
and close melanated comments. But they'll probably still be on here in about an hour if you come back.
Okay, cool.
Okie dokie.
All right,
But I
yeah.
want you to do something, okay? Will you do something for me? Will you go
Yeah.
and do a little bit more research about picnics? And I want you to, like yesterday, I want you to go and really do some research, okay?
Okay.
And I want you to try
Work
to
picnic, work
remove
history
that word
picnics.
from your
Is that what you
vocabulary.
call it? What do you call it again?
Just the
Work
word,
history.
the history of the word.
History
No,
of the
just
word.
the history of the word.
Oh,
Yeah,
of
like,
that
you
word.
know,
Okay.
history of the
Yeah.
word, of that word, correct, right, and where it, you know, how it's how we came to use it the way we use it, and whatnot. Okay,
Yeah. Okay.
I'm getting out your way, babe. All right, bye,
I'll
Dylan.
see you, Grammy.
Everybody in the comments, come back later. Melanated's taking a nap, I think. Bye. So Melanated, I'm gonna shut off your comments, and you're 12.5k likes right now, right on the nose. So hopefully you'll get some more, and if I come back through here, or when I'm getting cleaned up and stuff, I'll come back in and tap. Call or message me when you get up.